Hi there, everybody, and welcome
Oh.
back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for today's session. So let's go ahead and dive right in. As is tradition, it is not I that does the summary. It's Ryan. Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. Act 1, Chapter 28, Revelations. After the bloody display, the Council and King's Hand head to a separate room to discuss the Devil's final words before departing. Edwin admits that he did kill Davian, finishing him off on the same night of the cultist attack on Skyhaven. The Council and siblings are all shaken by this revelation, though it's ultimately agreed that Edwin will be left out of custody, though is restricted to staying in the keep until the situation is resolved. After a tense conversation, the heirs leave Edwin, all of them in various degrees of hurt from the deception. Edwin is later cleared that night after taking advice from both the Lord Regent and Xanthi, suggesting that the devil was perhaps influencing his mind and his actions were not his own. Edwin rejoins his wife and daughter, grateful to be free, but saddened by the fact that his family does not understand his decisions. Xanthi visits him, offering her support, which he appreciates. The next day, Merrick and Solara are surprised to see the dragon finally emerge from the egg. Got ahead of myself. Fully formed and free of former prison. Merrick bestows him with the name of Thorn and introduces him to the rest of the council and his siblings, though to mixed levels of comfort from everyone. Caitlin meets with Sir Otis, speaking to him about her intent to make the Serpent's Grove a fully formed part of Adaria, and her plans to make sure that the locals and the Adarian Watch have as little conflict with one another as possible. Otis tries his best to work with Caitlin, though seems to have concerns about the longevity of the mission. Xanthi has a busy month herself, training Edwin in the use of a longsword and also attending a funeral. She goes and visits Rahavi, whose father was slain during the attack on Skyhaven. Xanthi brings an envoy to make sure that the people is shown the respect and the protection that is deserved. She offers Rahavi her condolences, offering to do what she can to help him through with this challenging time. Merrick announces Thorn to the people, assuring them that their goal was to help protect and empower the people of Adaria. He also encourages them that Lord Garrett and the King's Hand would always be there to make sure that Merrick did not abuse this new power. Caitlin, on her way to the Serpent's Grove, stops to visit Sir Cedric Eldrin, now the head of House Eldrin after the passing of his mother. He initially refuses a planned meeting with Caitlin, but Caitlin insists to be seen and heard. Cedric dismisses Caitlin's efforts to be heard and have him be reasonable, as Cedric has no interest in helping her with the Serpent Grove. Caitlin gets frustrated to the point of slapping him, and Cedric warns her that his house is going to call in all the debt that the crown owes them, which the kingdom is unable to pay back at this time. Caitlin leaves, incredibly hurt and frustrated. Meanwhile, Xanthi goes to visit Talon, staying at his bedside and pleading for him to wake up so he can help them all through this difficult time. To her surprise, Talon does indeed awake. All the siblings minus Caitlin are gathered. Edwin attempts to heal Talon and finds that his magic actually works. Merrick also tries his own magic, seeing that his magic is just as effective, the barrier seemingly preventing magic from healing him gone. Talon is overjoyed and the siblings do celebrate their father's return, though many of them dread the implications of what has been done to him. Scene.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ryan. So we are going to pan far away from the keep of Dragon's End, and we are going to go all the way to the other side of the continent, to the Serpent's Grove. Go ahead and get as Kaylin, you and Bjorn, as well as the Crown Claw Knights that accompanied you, have finally arrived in one of the small fringe cities that are close to the border between House Thornfield lands and the Serpent's Grove proper. This village that you are approaching is one that you know, Kaylin, rather intimately, as this village was maybe a day or two's journey from the home you originally had within the Serpent's Grove. This is a place that you and your mother would travel to frequently, much larger than the village you came from, a larger bastion of trade and an exchange. as you and Bjorn approach, as well as the Crown Claw Knights, night is falling. But you're able to make it into the village before anything grows too serious. As you arrive in Thornheart Village. So there's roughly 1,000 wild bloods that live within this village. It's nestled in this natural clearing where these massive trees kind of create this living cathedral almost. There are these ancient rune stones carved with serpentine knotwork, and there are these wooden engravings across all of the village to mark their boundaries and dedication to the Great Serpent. Their surfaces are green with moss and alive with these tiny bioluminescent insects that pulse like heartbeats at dusk. As you enter Thornheart, you are marked by a great deal of ancestor totems. These are carved wooden surface that's kind of spiral around like living tree trunks. They have this knotwork interwoven with jade, and each one is inlaid with obsidian eyes. As you approach, villagers begin to emerge from these sort of terraced longhouses built into the hillside, some of their faces lighting with recognition. There's a few individuals that sort of look and return to their homes, but there is an older woman, a half-elven woman, silver-streaked hair braided with small bones and jade beads. You can see she is covered in tattoos of coiling serpents that spiral up her arms. And as she steps from this sort of large building within the center of town that you know is the Hearthlong, or the Hearthlong, this is the sort of central gathering area for the people of this village, this Zakari woman approaches. And she looks to you and she smiles and she says, "Well, I would recognize that face anywhere. I know that Senua is no longer with us, so that can mean only one thing. That her daughter has returned to the Serpent's Grove. And with none other than a protector of the grove. Welcome, Kaelin, daughter of Senua, and Bjorn of the Old Blood." And she gives a small nod of her head to both of you. "What brings you to Thornheart Village?"
Does Kaelin recognize this woman or no?
You do. It's a very passing recognition. You've seen her before, but you were so young when you came here with your mom that, you know, and it was so long ago that it's like a very passing familiarity.
Okay, yeah. Kaelin would bow her head respectfully in the same manner. But I will say, the moment that she stepped foot here, she did take her shoes off. Like, I feel like she just really needed to feel like she was rooted and connected back to this place. So she's just been kind of having left Cedric in a foul mood, but being here has kind of reinvigorated her. She's just beaming. So she smiles and she says, "Hello, I was really hoping to be able to speak with a few of the elders. I had a very important question I wanted to ask them, and well, I thought now was best time to have this conversation and get things moving."
Well, then you're very early in your journey to the Serpent's Grove, young Kaelin. Many of the elders have migrated from their villages, and they now most live within the city of Feathered Roots. Coatl Ilan.
Which, Kaelin, that is a city that you had never traveled to. It is the largest city within the Serpent's Grove, and it is a hidden city. Kind of the same. When people outside of the Serpent's Grove hear it, it's very El Dorado in terms of the way that people perceive it, where they just think that it's not real. There's no way that 500,000 wild bloods have a city together somewhere near the mountains. There's just no way that's true. But it's always something that Kaylin always heard about and was always spoken as truth when she was younger.
Wow. I did not know everyone left. Was there a reason calling there?
Times are changing. You can hear it in the wind. You can hear it from the roots. It comes everywhere. And the elders, they listen. And they heed that call from the Great Serpent, and there is only one answer. Unity.
Well, it's in part why I'm here. Is there any possible way that you could help me travel there? I know that it's not just for anyone to walk to, but I think what I have is important to that message.
I myself cannot leave this place. But there is a traveler, Kale. He would venture back and forth between Thornheart and the great city. And I think that he has a vested interest in seeing you there. He is the garden and shack that once belonged to your mother. He has become the caretaker of that land. In fact, I know that you may be in either a rush to get some rest, but there is something I did want to show you.
Yes, of course. I haven't been here in years. I am in no hurry.
Then please, follow me.
You will.
And the two of you just kind of walk off. Bjorn follows.
Bjorn's still with us, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
Bjorn and the Crown Claws are with you. As they're definitely not leaving your side. As they all sort of begin to walk with you.
She'll put Samson on the ground and just kind of smile up at him. So that way he can walk on the pretty moss too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he very much enjoys it. It's very soft. And as you walk through various, very wide alleyways and streets, very kind of loosely cobbled together, a chaotic layout for a city that just kind of fits naturally with the grooves of the earth. You step out into this clearing, and you can see there is two large stone structures. One that is made of jade, and another one that is of obsidian. And you can see at the base, the two are kind of melded together. But as they outstretch, there is one that is a large coiling serpent, and the other one is a woman with her arms outstretched. And at the base of it, you can see these orchids and these vines that kind of wrap around the bottom of it. And the village elder for Thornheart, she looks to it and then looks to you and says,
This is Senua's stone. She meant a great deal to us.
Was this always here, Joe?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Yeah, Kaylin doesn't really know what to say. She kind of steps back, almost afraid to step onto it. Wow, I had no idea it was. I just didn't know. This is beautiful. Really.
Your mother meant a great deal to a great many people. It was not just you and Bjorn and your father, but to so many people of the Serpent's Grove.
I hope by being here I can do both of them a great honor. I really think we are on the beginning of something wonderful.
I'm sure
I'm not
you
her,
are.
but I'm gonna try my best.
She walks with you. Well, I'm sure you're very tired from your journeys. Please, stay here the night. Kale spends most evenings out in that garden and shack, a few hours from the village. I'll make sure that when he returns that he's ready to meet with you in the morning and guide you to the great city.
It's close. Do you know how long it would take?
The journey is far. It will take you a week or so to get there from here.
Yeah, Kaylin nods, kind of like glances over at Bjorn, just knowing that Talon had recently woken up.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like feel a pinch of, I don't know, conflict. I don't know. She feels a little guilty, but she just nods.
Very good. Please. You can stay within the Hearthhold tonight. And I'll prepare some supplies for your journey.
Thank you. You've been more than kind. I'm sorry. I don't believe I caught your name.
I am Elder Itzel.
Well, it is an absolute pleasure to meet you. Thank you for welcoming me back here.
It is a great honor to have the daughter of Senua back within the Serpent's Grove.
Can Caleb give this lady a hug? Or is that weird?
No, yeah, she'll gladly hug you back.
Okay, great. She does that.
All right. So with that, she leads you back to the Hearthhole, and you and Bjorn, as well as the Crownclaw Knights, turn in for the evening. As you rest, Kaylin, as you're kind of slowly drifting off, you hear some voices off in the distance. You hear a woman say,
Will you remember us? And you hear a man's voice. How could I forget?
you recognize that voice. Different now, the last time you heard it. But it was Talon's voice. You kind of jolt awake and look around. Bjorn, as well as the other Crownclaw Knights, aside from one, are asleep. One is on patrol, standing watch, but there's no one else in this lodging with you. As you just
Can I
Look
tell
around.
where the voice came from?
just far away. It was almost a whisper from how you heard it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to leave this space without anyone following me?
I would say it would be very difficult. Because there's only one exit out of here, and there is currently a guard standing at that exit. So, you know, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's
Okay,
yeah.
so you're saying it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I guess she will just look around. Is Samson sleeping?
Samson's awake.
She'll, like, narrow her eyes at him.
Oh.
Did you hear something? You're a bad liar. Okay, she's gonna slowly go back to sleep, I guess.
Okay. All right. Kaylin, you head to sleep, and sleep finds you rather easily this time around. When you wake up in the morning, you are introduced to Kale. You can see that he is a young man, maybe in his like very early 30s, not nearly as old as some of the other, members of this village. But you can see that he has a whole bunch of burn scars over his arm. And what you learn is that Kale was actually at your village, the night it was attacked by raiders. He was just traveling, peddling wares from village to village. But he was only a child at the time. He was, barely 16, 17 years old. And he's more than happy to escort you and Bjorn, as well as the Crown Claw Knights, to the city. And so, with the help of Kale, you begin to make that journey. As this great city, it's not one that Bjorn has ever been to. He's never wanted to go. He's always been more comfortable and happy in the sort of fringes of the Serpent's Grove, where there was silence and nature, not necessarily something to almost mimic the bustling metropolises of Dragon's End and Crown's Rest. But you begin on that journey. And from there, we are going to go ahead and cut back to Crown's Rest. Okay. So, as we cut back to Crown's Rest, the past few days have been rather joyous, rather busy, as there is much celebration to be had about the newly renewed vigor of King Talon. Word spreads like wildfire as many political allies come to greet him and thank him, for or celebrate his return to the sort of realm of the living. And it is, like I said, very joyous. People are very, very, very excited to see that he has seemingly returned for the better, and in fact in much better health than what he has been for some time now, even predating the beginning of the campaign. So, wait. Now, after some time of that joyous reunion, he does call Merrick, just you, to his chambers.
I fucked up, guys. Yeah, he'll go.
Not as bad as me.
True.
You walk into this meeting knowing that in the back of your mind.
So, you enter the room. Merrick, I'm assuming Thorn is with you?
Yeah, I mean, unless, Talon did not want him there. If this is something just for Falcrest ears, fair enough.
Nope, he did not say that Thorn was not invited.
Okay. I assume they've at least met by this point, though.
Yes, yeah.
This will not be their first interaction. Okay.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, sure. Thorn will be there.
All right. So, the two of you enter. Talon greets you both with a smile. Ah, Merrick, my boy, and Thorn, looking much bigger already. Good. Welcome in. Please, come in. Sit on down. So,
Take a seat.
and Talon will kind of move over and sit across from you, sort of fingers folded, smile on his face. And he says, there's something that has been on my mind, Merrick, since I woke up. And you see that sort of tension form, and his brow begin to furrow a bit as he says, when I first woke up, there was so much joy in that room. But I couldn't help but feel some tension coming from you. Now, Gareth has advised me that I should hear an unbiased breakdown of what happened from him. And it's not that I don't trust Gareth's opinions and what he had seen, but I want to hear it from you. I know that, well, I know that the world has not been kind to you or any of your siblings as of late. But it seemed to weigh most heavy on you in that room. So I wanted to hear from you what happened. Why the heaviness?
In truth, it just wasn't one thing. One's simple, one's far more complicated.
Would
The simple one.
Would it be easier if Thorn weren't here?
Kind of glancing over to Thorn, thinking. Would you mind waiting in the hall for just a little bit?
Okay. Yeah. They scamper out. All right.
The simple one. The fact that magic works on you now. Healing magic, I mean. I guess I just don't know what to make of it. Strengthening you in the moment is obviously a good thing, but only one thing's really changed since the last time that kind of magic.
Yes. It's a valid concern to have. One that I've been working as closely as I can with the High Arbiter in the meantime since I've woken up to try and figure out why. But
Obviously, the attack on Skyhaven was not a ruse in order to allow you to be healed.
No.
Whatever this is, there's just more to it, and that's what concerns me. I was already concerned, but I guess seeing that it's having some kind of an effect on you just made it more real.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a positive one for the time being.
Understandable. But if we're both being honest, the weight you carry on your shoulders, that's not just it. And you said there was one more thing.
No. That was the simple one. The next is much more complicated. And I mean, for the sake of some brevity here,
Of course, yeah.
since it just happened, Eric will kind of speed one run through, kind of more or less the conversations that took place and how the entire Edwin and Davian situation was handled.
As truthfully as Merrick saw it unfold, right?
Correct. Yeah. He doesn't lie about anything, but yeah, he doesn't really hold back on anything either, since Talon is genuinely asking him about what happened.
Yeah, of course. Okay, that's what I wanted to be sure to see if there was anything he was holding back or anything like that, or embellishing to make seem worse.
No, I think he's trying to give kind of just like the straight facts right now. He's not talking a lot about like why he's so upset or why it's affecting him more. He's just kind of getting to the point of Talon's story first.
Mm-hmm.
And then if Talon has follow-up, then Merrick will expand upon that. But for the time being, kind of explains it all out in terms of like play-by-play. This is kind of how it played out and what happened and what we were told.
You see, Talon is pretty stone-faced through the entirety of the story. There's not much change happening on his face at all. None that with your passive insight that you can detect.
Very well. Thank you, Merrick, for sharing this with me. I promise I will act on this information appropriately. And as far as I can tell, you're being honest with me, and I appreciate that. I have no further questions on it, and if it's quite all right with you, I need some time to think.
Would it? Of course. And Merrick will stand up and see himself out.
Yeah. As you go up to the door, he'll say,
"What did you want to ask?"
Merrick kind of comes back. What was the vision that Via saw that scared you so much? Whatever you're not telling us, I know it involves something she saw. I know you're doing what you believe is right to help us. But Via almost died that night. When they attacked us, when they attacked you, I saw her on the ground bleeding out. She would have died if Edwin hadn't saved her in time. It's not my place to demand anything of you, but please give me something to work with. If you demand it, I will not say anything to anyone, Thorn included. But I need to know whatever I can if I'm to help us get through this.
It wasn't just what Octavia saw. It was that coupled with what her mother saw many, many, many years ago. The reason I don't say much more than what I can, Merrick, is because those that try and alter fate, they end up playing into its hand. But what I can tell you is that reckless and horrendous acts such as what Edwin did that is what makes me afraid. But there is a shining light through it all. And what I need you to do, what I need you to try to do, Merrick, the same that you asked your siblings to be your guardian, to make sure that if the dragon, if Thorn, if you ever stepped out of line with it, that they would do something. I would never ask you to hurt your brother. Never. And that is not what I'm asking you now. But if you see Edwin slip down a path, I need you to reach out to him with love, with generosity, with kindness. You need to be a healing voice for him. And I know, I could hear it from the tone of your voice when you were telling me what happened. I know that seems strange, and I know that seems odd to ask of you, but Merrick, you do not know how much that matters, and I wish I could tell you more. I do. But if he is ignored, if he is shunned, I do not know what he might be capable of. All right?
I will try.
All right. And that's all I can ask of you. Just to try. Thank you,
Is
Eric.
there...
And Talon will kind of stand. He'll kind of walk up to where you are, and he'll put a hand on your shoulder and say,
I love you, son, and I know it's hard right now. But you're doing everything you can. And I see that. You should be proud of that.
I'm just sorry it got this bad.
It's not your fault. The fault lies with me. But we'll all do what we can to make it better, all right?
Thank you. And Merrick's just gonna hug him.
yeah. And Talon will hug you back. And walk you to the door, and Merrick, you head out. Later that evening, Edwin, you receive a request. As Lord Gareth arrives at your chambers late at night, as you and Astrid are preparing Freya for bed, and says, it knocks at the door as the Crown Claw Knights open it, and says,
Prince Edwin, if you wouldn't mind coming with me, your father, he wanted to meet with you.
Edwin looks to Astrid and looks back to Freya and kisses her on the forehead and says, "Good night. Daddy will see you in the morning." And then turns to Astrid and hugs her and says, "I love you. Pray for me."
Love you too. I will.
And he walks out with Gareth.
All right. Chin up, my boy. I'm sure that this is... Well, not going to be as bad as you think it might be.
Your expression right now is telling me otherwise.
Yes. Well, you do have a good read of me.
And Gareth won't say anything else the rest of the walk.
As as Adderall gets to the door.
Yep.
As Edwin gets to the door, he writes himself.
Yep.
Opens the door and walks in.
Edwin, please have a seat.
Father sits down.
Yeah, he'll sit down across from you.
So, Astrid and Freya, are they accommodating well to Dragon's Rest? Or Dragon's End?
As much as they can, yes. Very well, actually.
Good. I heard that, your siblings have also seemed to spend a little bit of time here and there with them, and it seems as though everything is going well there. No conflicts as of yet.
No, the only conflict is that Freya wants to hang out with them a little bit too much.
They are wonderful, Edwin. I mean that. Astrid seems to bring out just the right things in you, and Freya is just wonderful.
I appreciate that, Father. I'm glad to see that you are feeling so well.
Yes, I feel, I feel better than I felt in a long time, but I was debriefed by the Lord Regent over what transpired these past few weeks while I've been unconscious.
I assume... that as soon as that is mentioned, Edwin's head goes down. He's not looking at his dad. I assume that means...
Yes.
Everything?
From what I was told, Edwin, you said that something overtook you.
It's complicated. But it wasn't on my own accord.
Edwin, a great deal of what I do from this moment forward hinges on what you say next. So please make it as clear as day to me. What happened?
I know that I cannot lie to you. I would not lie to you, Father. I was encapsulated with rage. This has been going on for so long that I have lost myself. And that night after the attack, there was a voice. A voice that I have confided in Kaelin that was there. A voice. A convincing voice. That I was stronger and that this was the best time to deal with the issue and My actions were my own. But there was influence. And Edwin, and Talon probably sees this. Edwin looks down at the gauntlet and clenches his fist and then releases his fingers, kind of twiddling with it. It was very convincing.
Edwin, I can empathize with you a great deal. There is so very little that I would not do for my children. Davian's body was mutilated. Entirely desiccated, Edwin. And you mean to tell me that that was you?
He was going to burn my family alive. He threatened their lives. I said I will not lie to you. Yes. All of the anger and rage. I don't know why. How those thoughts even came to mind, but I just wanted him dead. And I wanted him to pay and to suffer for all the suffering it caused me and my family and all the nightmares. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He reaches over and he kind of grabs your hand across the table.
There's a slight flinch.
Listen to me, Edwin. This anger within you, this rage, I can understand it. As a father, I can. But I need you to listen to me. There have been times in my life when I felt a similar rage. And I have wanted to act on it. It is something that could come very easily to you. But you cannot let it consume you. You cannot. Not like that. Not like it did. You have to promise me, Edwin, that you will fight against it. You are better than that. They're stronger than that. I know he threatened your family. I know. And I know the rage that that can inspire, but you have to listen to me. It is so important, Edwin, that you do not let it consume you.
But I already did.
No.
No, Father, I did. It consumed me. I did that. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know why I did it. Just... I'm full of regret and sorrow, and I don't know. I don't know.
Talon will stand and he'll walk over and kind of kneel beside you. And he'll just kind of pull you in to a hug.
Say, it's all right, my boy. We'll get through this. And you will come out the other end stronger. This doesn't define you. It doesn't. You're a good man. You are. I know you are.
I don't feel like it.
Then prove it. Prove it to yourself through acts of kindness and good. Prove it. I know you are.
I will try. I'm so sorry.
You do not need to be sorry. Prove to yourself that you are a different man than you were on that night.
I will.
And he'll kind of pull you up and he'll give you a very, very, very tight hug. And he'll walk you back to your room. Hug you once more, and unless there's anything else Edwin wanted to say, Talon will leave you there.
Father, I love you.
I love you too, my boy. I do. More than you could know.
And he will open the door and walk in.
Okay. Edwin, as you walk in, Astrid greets you, and she can tell that you're upset, but she doesn't ask to talk about it. Not unless you don't want to. But she will just...
I mean, Edwin
Mhm.
definitely has the tears and everything, so
Yeah.
she probably...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But, so the two of you sort of cling to each other in that moment. But Talon is not done there. As Xanthi, late at night, you hear a knock on your door. And as you go to open it, it is your father.
Oh, he's coming to me?
Mhm.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, she kind of like opened it, not expecting, and just kind of, she probably had like a very sour expression on her face. Like, who the fuck is interrupting me at this time? But then we'll just like instantly kind of like realize, like stiffen off, like give a little bow, you know?
Yeah.
All those polite things.
I know that it's quite late, but would you be willing to take a walk with me?
Of course. It's good to see you working for the... Well, for the first thing.
Yes. Well, I'll let you grab your things. I'll wait here for you. And,
She'll be quick about it, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously need to be presentable though.
Yeah, get the boots on, get the cloak, you know. A little bit of
Biller.
warmth. It is very cold tonight. But the two of you are going to begin walking, and he's going to be pretty quiet for most of it until eventually the two of you get to the same spot where you and Edwin had your conversation the other night. So the courtyard of the Crimson Bloom.
Still pretty.
He looks up to the tree and to the moon, and he kind of stops. And looking up to the sky, not at you, Xanthi, he'll say,
Xanthi, you know that I love you and your siblings all very much.
Yes, and it's a love that we return in kind.
And you know that I wish very deeply the best for all of my children.
Are you well, Father?
I am. I am more clear than I have felt in years. I was told today of what Edwin did.
Yes, well, by all accounts, he was overtaken by something else, so...
No, he wasn't. He told me.
Well, that's...
He told me it was him. Something influenced him, something spoke to him, but he did it.
Yes, but influence is not to be taken lightly. I mean, that was the ruling that the council has agreed upon.
The council did that because I was not there. They didn't want to condemn my son to jail or worse without me being there.
And you would want to?
No, Xanthi, I wouldn't. I don't want to.
Then surely the ruling remains as it is, then.
It does. But there's something I need to tell you. Because I have something I need you to do for me.
Of course. Anything you wish, I'm at your command.
Tell me, what do you know of Edwin's mother?
Well, you've hardly told us much about her. Edwin naturally does not have many memories of her. We found some writings on her in your journals, but none of it was at any substance, so to speak. Aside from, I suppose, the fact that she was able to heal you, even all those years ago.
Zara, she Her family line is complicated. It was not something I knew until after Edwin had been born.
Complicated lines, how?
Zora's mother. She was a servant to the necromancers of Vargro in the deserts of Nakaru, the ancient enemies of House Falkrest.
I see.
And Zara was born of some ungodly pact between those necromancers and her mother. And I fear that that rage that exists within Edwin isn't... I fear that it isn't something that is just a one-off. I think that it is dormant. I think that it could grow to be something. Something that I have been afraid of for a very, very, very long time, Xanthi. And I know that in a month or two, all of you will be gone from Adaria. I have asked Merrick to keep an eye on him, to provide him love and support and kindness, because I know that Merrick is not strong enough. To do what must be done if that rage grows too much.
And what must be done?
If you see any signs of those necromancers growing on him, strange markings on his neck or face, forearms, tinting of his irises, rage that manifests as arcane energy, one of those alone is not enough. Several at the same time. I can give you notations of the necromancers of Vargro. If you see them, if he begins to act rageful, he'll need to be subdued. And you will need to use your best judgment, but if he seems too far gone, there's only one solution, Xanthi.
I think if this is a conversation we are going to have, it is one that you need to say in full clarity, Father.
He will need to die.
Then I will promise you this. I will look out for whatever those signs will be. And assure you my best judgment.
Thank you. And I am sorry to put this on you, but of all your siblings, I know that you're the only one that could do it. Impartially.
Of course. Naturally, I will, of course, heed your commands.
Thank you. And I am sorry to put this burden upon your shoulders.
There is no such apology needed, Father. I'll be doing what needs to be done.
There's nothing else that I need to discuss with you this evening.
Do you need anything else, though?
No.
Allow me to at least escort you back to your chambers.
Yes. That is fine. And, the only other thing, I suppose, as eventually the two of you make your way back into the halls, heading back towards the room. Within the next few days, we can begin your training.
Yes. Well, please, only if you feel well enough.
I do. I do.
All right.
Okay. With that, eventually you get back to his room. He gives you a very tight hug and a kiss on your forehead, Xanthi. And he wishes you good night. And thank you for everything. My other eye, no.
But yeah, she'll do the same, like very
Yeah.
polite bow. And then I imagine like as soon as that door closes, like takes the first like real breath, like what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
But yeah. Just concern.
Yes, very much so. All right. So, eventually, night finally falls. No more additional conversations that evening, but the next morning, Octavia. You thought you were free of it. You're not.
I was like, do I get to talk with Dad?
Yes.
Octavia, you must kill your brother.
You must kill Xanthi.
Oh my god.
If Xanthi kills Edwin,
Edwin, you
must
have to kill her.
Xanthi.
All right. So, you, early in the morning, Octavia, as you're preparing to, spend the day with Master Diviner Lysandor, as you have been doing most of the days, you, hear a knock on your door right as you're preparing to leave. And as you open it, Talon is there, and he greets you with a smile on his face.
I'm sorry, that's whiplash for me. I wasn't expecting talent, so god fucking damn it. Okay. Yeah, she'll just kind of like look up to him and be like, "Hey, Dad."
Good morning, Octavia. If you'll recall, I know that it probably seems like years ago at this point, but when I first called everyone back home, you and I, we got lunch that day, and I kept thinking about that meal that we shared and how nice it was, and well, I was hoping that you'd be willing to join me for breakfast. Just the two of us.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Wonderful. Please.
Yeah, she'll pick Fiddle up and then head to breakfast somewhere without everyone else.
Yeah, there are several private dining areas within the keep itself, and considering, you're with the king, you get the VIP treatment. The two of you, go ahead and go, Bob. We'll do the courtyard here. There we go. The two of you sit down to eat. And your father, he kind of looks to you and smiles. And the two of you are just kind of idly eating and chit-chatting. And he'll say,
So, you've been studying with Master Lysandor for your, the divination skills.
I have. It's been going well, I think. Some of it's been a little upsetting, information-wise. So.
The visions or the context, I suppose.
Kind of a combination of a few different things. Do you know anything of a curse connected to... Did Mom ever talk about something like that to you?
Curse.
From Alicia, or like connected to the oracles? Okay.
There was never anything she mentioned related to that. When I was in Alicia, though, there was something I heard about a plague. If I recall correctly, it was mostly just related to those individuals that worked within the Temple of the Oracle within Mathera. I didn't think it was a curse. I thought that it was just some type of sickness at the time.
Well, Lysandor knows only so much. He suspects I might have something connected to that, maybe. Which is why they come in such powerful, like, waves, but then they're, like, overwhelming, and I'm working on controlling it, but I don't know what to do if I do have that plague or illness or curse, whatever it is.
How are you feeling about all of that? Does it feel too heavy, too much?
Does that matter?
It does.
It's my reality. If it's too much, I still have to deal with it. I feel angry. I feel like left in the dark about all this huge stuff. And then I make all these stupid mistakes, but I also feel like I never got the chance to be informed and make my own choices or even know that I had choices, really. And I don't think it's fair that I could have some sort of plague or illness or need to go to an oracle and figure out my life, and no one wanted to tell me. I had to figure it out on my own like a riddle. So yeah, it sucks. And you weren't well, and my siblings are falling apart. And my best friends are enemies to our country.
Yes. Gareth shared with me that. I want to let you know, it's part of the reason I wanted to have breakfast this morning. I did at least secure their safety. They're currently on their way to Dragon's End, and I can promise you that as long as they're here, no harm will fall to them.
Good.
And I'm doing everything I can to make sure that their families receive the same treatment, provided they are innocent in all this. But at least Poppy and Isadora, they'll be safe here. I know I can't magically wave a wand and make everything better, and I think even if I could, I don't know if that's what you'd want. But what I can say, Octavia, there is something that I saw in your mother that I see in you. This quiet tenacity. It's not the right word for it, but she was so stoic at times. I could tell that there were 1,000,001 things on her mind, and all I wanted was for her to divulge those things. To let me into half of them. Perhaps I could have helped. Maybe. Or perhaps I would have known more to be able to help you. But what I do know and what I can tell you is that as hard as it may seem right now, from what I can say, the vision that your mother had, you are instrumental in making sure that things don't fall apart.
Oh, I know. I see the mess of this freaking family.
Good.
I'm not walking away from anything. I don't trust Edwin at all. I don't trust a lot of people anymore, and I'm feeling like my visions are the only things that I can trust. They've always been accurate. So if I see something, it's gonna happen. And I'm I doubt us, and I'm just starting to think that if no one wants to shape up, then I guess I will. So I'm gonna do what I need to do, whether I become the queen or not. Someone's got to act like an adult, and apparently none of the actual adults want to, so it's gonna be me.
You see, he smiles, and it's not one of like, oh, look at my little kid daughter. You know, it's like it's kind of a welling of pride.
I think that right now, Octavia, we are far beyond the question of kings and queens. Right now, we are at an impasse of what will happen to Adaria. And I think that attitude is exactly what we need. That right there is, I think, the most like a folk rest that I have seen you or most of your siblings come close to. You make me very proud in this moment.
She's gonna give him a hug and like just hold him tight and say, I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna make everything right, okay?
I know you will.
What?
Follow me. Come on, there's something I want to show
Oh, okay.
you. And you'll kind of get up from the breakfast table, and you'll begin walking throughout the keep, and eventually get to a part of the keep that is rather, I don't want to say abandoned. You know, it's not like it's dirty and dusty. It's just very dead in terms of traffic, where the keep, for the most part, is pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
And he opens up a door into an armory. Obviously has not been touched in quite some time.
I did not know we had this. Like, I knew we had one of these, but like this one,
There
didn't know it.
are lots in the keep, but this one is special. Very, very, very special. Your grandmother, she didn't want those weapons of House Volkrest to sit in Skyhaven in just some museum parlor. To be looked upon and gawked at, to say, oh yes, there was the breastplate of Elendara, there was the blade of Landor. She wanted them to be used. Should fighting arise, and should the people need them, that they would be there. Now, most of the time, the armories that are used are the ones that are closer to conflicts. But there was an account of the rising of House Volkrest in Adaria. And your grandmother, apparently, allegedly, according to this accounting, had a very similar situation to you. Her siblings constantly bickering back and forth about who was right and who was wrong and who should lead the group and who should do what. And Elendara at the time was 16, 17 years old, younger than you are.
Oh my gosh.
She took matters into her own hands. She went out. I will say, and she did go on in further accounts to say that it was a bad idea, but she did it. and she succeeded in the mission that she was trying to accomplish. And no one in the family had taken her seriously up until that point, because she was just the kid. She was the child. She didn't know what she was talking about. But she listened, and she studied, and she knew so much more than they gave credit. I know that you are adept in the way of arcane magic and your tomes and your books, but I think that your grandmother would want you to have this. And he'll kind of walk over to a corner, and he'll pick up in a very well-worn and well-made sheath a small dagger. And you can see that as he unsheathes it, you can see that the crossguard is that of like spread falcon wings. Beautiful silver, brown leather. It is not gaudy in the slightest, but it's practical, and the blade is razor sharp still. And he kind of resheathes it, and he hands it to you and says, "That belonged to Elendara. It was the one that she used on that mission when she had to take matters into her own hands. I'm not giving you this as permission to break away from your siblings and do something very irresponsible. I'm giving this to you because you understand. I think that having a little bit of Elendara by your side might give you the courage to stand up to your siblings when they start to get out of hand."
Yeah, she'll like unsheath it and take a look at it and then take it in, resheath it, and then hold it to her heart. Thank you, Dad. You might not get a lot of practical use out of it, but symbolically,
Yeah.
This means a lot.
Well, and you never know.
True.
There is one more thing I wanted to give you. Truthfully, this was more impromptu. I was not anticipating this, but
Fair enough.
there was one thing I wanted to give you. In the places that you might be going, whether it be to Maldaris or Solele or wherever the wind carries all of you off to, based off of what Gareth had found in his investigation as to what happened in Skyhaven, there are some reportings I'm going to give you. Strange markings and the like to be on the lookout for through people you interact with, and even to keep an eye on your own siblings, even yourself. The magics of the dragon's triarchy, they can manifest in many different ways. And sometimes they can dominate an individual if you don't track these signs. So I'd like to give those to you so you can study them and be aware of them as you go on to your adventure.
Yes, thank you. That absolutely.
Good. All right. Well, I have taken up enough of your morning. I'm sure Master Lysandor is waiting, but hopefully he'll understand.
He will. He will, definitely. So I think he actually might like me being a little late today. Gives him a break from me, so.
Well, then I was happy to give him a break from you.
Thank you again for everything. And I'm really glad to see you're doing better. I was really worried.
You and me both. All right. Well, I think, judging by the time, I need to go meet your sister. There is some training that I promised her that we would begin today.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
Yes. All right. With that, one more hug, and the two of you will head off in your separate ways. All right. So, what I will say is the information, Xanthi, that you are given about markings of the necromancers of Varago and Octavia, the markings that you are given to look out for and those signs and symptoms, they are the same. So I'm letting the two of you know that just in case that comes up at all. But
Okay.
right now, that's separate information that both of you have. And when it comes up, it comes up. But I wanted to be very clear that it's the same information that the two of you have received.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Very good. Cool. So, with that, before we jump back to the Serpent's Grove, we are going to go to Crown's Rest. And we are going to head to the upper city. As Merrick, it took some time to organize this meeting. But right as autumn is kind of at its peak and is just beginning to kind of transition into winter, you are able to schedule that meeting, and you are currently on your way to your meeting with Alandor. Now, I understand that with how Merrick wanted to do this, it hopefully would have been before the egg hatched, but sadly, with the way that Alandor, where he was, it just wasn't attainable. But even after hearing of the egg hatching, he still has decided to meet with you. Now, in this moment, is this going out into the city? Is this somewhere where you would bring Thorn?
I think yes. It's, important to get people kind of used to seeing him, and like it was the secret, so Merrick feels like it's important to have Thorn kind of out and about so that there's kind of like less of an air of mystery, like people are seeing it and just like, I don't know. I feel like it's worse if it's just like, it's announced, they see it once and then it's just behind kind of closed doors and walls forever, and then they just never see it again. Yeah. So I think just having it come out and walking with him so that even like, kids walking just like see Thorn, I feel like that's kind of better. So yeah, Thorn would be coming. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Thorn will stay on the ground. Will not do any flying, but Thorn is bigger now. No longer the size of a house cat. Probably at this point, Thorn is probably like a 40-50 pound dog. So it's about Aspen sized. I know that doesn't do much for anybody aside from Kayla and I. But I've seen Aspen. You've seen photos, yeah. She's walked in and out of this room a little bit. Yeah, multiple times. Yeah, so bigger now for sure. Like it is kind of, and it's only been like 2-3 weeks, so it's kind of like, whoa, it's like quadrupled in size. No longer this little kind of like almost pseudo dragon looking serpent. It now is definitely taking shape as a legitimate dragon. And the people that see it walk by, they are like wide-eyed, like mouth agape, just and just holy shit, it's real. Escorted by the Crown Claws, of course, just to make sure that nothing bad happens. Eventually, you do get to a higher class tavern within the upper city of Crown's Rest, where the private meeting will be held between you and Alandor. Now, there are no other signs of his church here at all. It seems as though that if they are within the city, they have not accompanied him to this meeting. It seems as though, for the most part, it will just be the two of you meeting alone. Cool. But you make your way into the tavern with the Crown Claws and with Thorn. And you can see the innkeeper. She nods to you and will
gesture back to the left-hand side of the inn, where there's a hallway that leads to the meeting room where the two of you will be meeting, and she tells you that he's already here.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Merrick will not keep him waiting.
Okay. So with that, Merrick, you head in. And there you see Alandor sitting. These sort of sunken, undead eyes with that sort of dull blue glow. They look up at the door. And you can see they look to you. And they look to them.
Very much so.
By the way, so I know he's like undead because
Mhm.
he's a revenant, right? Like
Mhm.
genuinely a revenant.
Yeah.
So probably kind of hard to read, but like genuine vibes. Does he seem kind of on edge? Because Merrick's kind of going in assuming that this is not going to be the friendliest conversation, as nice as this guy usually is. But
Yeah.
obviously, this conversation in particular, a little
Yep.
bit more worried than usual.
Let's make our only dice roll of the night. Go for it. Make an insight check.
All right.
Woo!
10.
10. All right.
It was on a 20 for so long and flipped.
It is one of those things that DC very
too
high
good.
because he's
It's
I
too
mean
good.
his most of his nerve endings are fried, so he doesn't have a lot of movement in his face when he talks, you know.
Yep.
So
Fair.
and he doesn't react very much at all to things, you know. But as far as you can tell, he doesn't seem immediately hostile. But he definitely doesn't seem friendly either. Right now, he seems very, very, very neutral.
Sure. But yeah, so Merrick will take a seat. Well, originally I was just going to kind of explain how we got here, but ever since the announcement, I'm sure you have your own questions.
Yes.
So I am here to answer them as best as I can.
My questions mainly involve affirming my suspicions to see if I understand how things transpired and if I'm accurate in that.
Merrick nods.
I assume then this was what was in your cargo that you were so against me seeing on your way to Crown's Rest from Rosemont.
Correct.
Strange. That was the assumption I had, but it doesn't matter, I suppose.
What's strange about it, if I may ask?
What I detected in your presence was not draconic. It was something else. It was two things, truth be told. One much stronger than the other. In an effort to not cause bloodshed with the heirs, I did not press it further in that moment. But the small sins I had was of undeath, of necromancy. But that in and of itself is not a crime. To study it and to practice it in ways where you do not raise the dead. There is no consequence for that, and I saw no hordes or undead servants. So I suppose there was no problem there. The other that confounded me was an incredible stench of an infernal nature. But
Alarmingly strong.
yes. But the eggs, they were in your carriage, yes?
Yes.
That infernal stench was emerging from that of the Lady Astralors, where the Princess Xanthi was.
Forgive me for a probably stupid question, but you're the expert here. I assume it's stronger than a normal tiefling that you would sense?
Yes. Yes, very much so. It originated far beyond what tieflings come from. It was something more. Much more.
Because, sorry, it's been 25 sessions at this point.
What do you mean?
So, obviously, along with the dragon eggs,
Yep.
we found the Drakebane dagger. We
Yep.
found all the books that were kind of the history, like journals of like the Lord, which we
Yep.
used to kind of decide who got the land.
Mhm.
Was there something else? There was another thing we got, right? And I can't remember what it was, or am I misremembering? I feel like there were 3 things that we took besides the eggs.
I think it was the potions, right?
No, they were just potions. You're
Yeah.
right. Okay. So certainly nothing that would scream infernal.
No.
And I guess Xanthi didn't take any of the items, if I recall. So
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
nothing from the keep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can certainly see why you were as concerned as you were then.
Yes. But the sad reality is marks of infernal nature is not my concern. In most kingdoms and nations of the world, devils tend to make the lords and ladies and serfs and emperors their playthings. That is not and never has been my concern. It has always been the remnants of the King in Crimson that I am after. Which is why I'm not as interested in the eggs as what happened in Crown's Rest and Skyhaven. A return of the Dragon's Triarchy is strange, to say the least. What matters most is that these eggs were found in Serwyn Keep. I presume, right? There is no way there were just eggs in Rosemont within the mayor's estate.
Correct.
And you are You are well studied. You would know that Galdrin Serwyn was a loyal servant of the King in Crimson.
He was until the end. We found journals, writings of his, saying that he recognized that Draven went too far. It was the last entry, so whatever he tried to do, I'm assuming it didn't work.
I was there, Prince Merrick. All of us were fodder. We all believed in Draven until the end. Until his ascension. He was driven mad with rage. I thought he would make a good king. The best one Adaria had had. I betrayed my brothers and sisters in arms for him. Galdrin died screaming like the rest of the loyal attendants to Draven. So you're right, he did have second opinions. And Draven dealt with those questions the same way that he dealt with all who questioned him in These figures that attacked, as far as you could see, they were cultists of the Dragon's Triarchy, yes?
As far as we could tell.
There were others that attacked, though. The ones that were not human. There are whispers from your guard.
Yes.
I have not heard directly of what they looked like, how they acted. From the accounts I have heard, there was one. There were two that lived who saw them. Your uncle and your betrothed. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, to your recollection, from what they had spoke of, what did they look like? How did they act? How did they move?
And I'm sorry, Ryan's completely blanking, so can you remind Ryan and Merrick will
Yeah.
reiterate what
So-
it was?
so,
'Cause
yeah.
It's not there for me all of a sudden.
No, you're good. They were the draconic figures. They were like of like black fog and red lightning, like the two things
Okay.
together. They could like shift and move around. They were not natural. They were not humanoid even. They were something more, almost like elemental incarnations, but something much fouler.
Okay. Certainly nothing Merrick's ever heard of before.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. So yeah, he will describe that to the best of his ability.
Very interesting.
Does that description mean anything to you?
For his political enemies later in his reign, Draven used a similar tactic. It pulls on dark, foul magic, most of which is vanished from the world. Vestiges of it remain and can be harvested for foul deeds. These assassins, they can be conjured to carry out a task and then expire shortly after. It seems as though there may be remnants of the King in Crimson's court aiding these cultists. Or the cultists have found some of that information that I did my best to destroy. If you learn anything more about this, know that you have an ally in me in destroying it, whatever it may be.
It was why I wanted this meeting, to make sure that you and I knew that we were not enemies. I'm glad that we're on the same page.
As am I. Also, your companion here is very well behaved, and quite the astute listener. Very smart.
Thorn just kind of smiles.
He takes after Solara in that way.
Well then, there are some items I must attend to in Crown's Rest. My friends, if there is nothing else that you deem of importance in relation to this matter, I have no further questions.
Only a curiosity question, if you wouldn't mind, since I have you and I don't know when I'll see you next.
Of course.
I'm sure that all of Adaria is shaken after what happened, but how is Faith Spire after we left? How are things there right now?
Things are as well as they can be. I think that the declaration of pardon for the Lady Emberlyn, it has quelled some tension between the churches as they realize now that the Crown has put favor into the Lady Paramount and into House Emberlyn more so than the church. Any of the churches. I would not say that it is an us versus them scenario, but it is moving that way. It could very well get ugly if something is not done to balance that favor in some way. If I might make a recommendation, it would be to favor one church over the others. It will turn them back to fighting against each other, as opposed to looking to the Crown to balance things out.
Ugh. Well, thank you as always for your honesty, Alondor. It is greatly appreciated, especially now above all times.
Of course.
Should we hear anything, I'll make sure that you're informed. I would just ask if there's anything you believe that could be useful to us, that we'll also make sure it comes to our attention.
Of course.
And with that, he has nothing else, and the two of you go your separate ways.
Handshake before we leave?
Oh yeah, of course,
Handshake?
of course, of course, of course, of
All
course.
right.
Okay.
It's a very cold hand, okay?
Yeah, why is it sticky?
I hate that.
Ugh. All right. So Merrick, as you and Alondor go your separate ways, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we will be right back. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Considering the role I'm playing, I guess our first child would be a dragon.
When she says that, is there any, meaning behind that?
Make an insight check.
I will
Sorry.
not guidance right in front of her.
1 second.
Put in your Yahweh.
What's that?
Yeah.
20.
A dirty 20. So, you. So with a dirty 20 there, Merrick. It's hard to place, even with an unnatural 20. Solara does have feelings for Merrick.
That's very apparent to both of you. All right, here we are. We're done talking about rat balls. We're back for the session. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Crimson Court. And let's go ahead and dive back into our a little bit more low-key political intrigue session as we explore the fun intricacies of actually being a ruler. As all of the kids, I'm sure, realize, oh, I don't know if I want this now, actually. Yeah, let's get some tits pinched, and let's go ahead and dive right in. Yeah, you
bro.
had to, yeah, you had
Edge the
to,
hits,
you
man.
gotta dial them in, dude.
Ryan is so over all of us.
All right.
Anyway.
Picking up where we left off, our heir, sorry. Talon watches her move about the hut, wondering if the pounding in his heart is from his injuries or something else entirely. And as we fade to black, we will go ahead and cut back to the future. To the manor of the King's Hand. Can you imagine if I just started reading smut like right at the top of the section? That would have been crazy.
Where's our book talk audience?
What a crazy thing to do. That would have been you know, I thought about it, but then I was like, no.
Caitlin's gonna
You
come
thought
from
about it?
somewhere.
Well, I thought it'd be funny, you know?
No.
So,
Could you I just imagine everybody? Oh, never mind. All right, let's move on. So we got to the...
Can't read smut with the harmies.
It's just Kaylena, she is very thankful for this opportunity to be able to serve the crown in the King's Hand and to be able to work with such resplendent works of literature within the archives. She's very thankful to all of you.
That's
Yes,
the attitude we need.
Well,
like,
Well, gratitude goes a long way. I wish
No,
nothing but success for this
Hey,
girl.
fuck the necromancer guy. Let's just let her. Yeah.
Let's take
Kick
all
him
of
out,
the
let her do
research,
it.
all of the years of research the necromancer's already done.
Yeah.
Kick him out
Yeah.
of the project. That's real life. So if you guys were wanting to do real life, that's what would happen.
Where our budget is
Change play.
thin, and we need to get somebody who can do the same work, but for less.
He can't complain. He'll be mentioned in a footnote on page 80.
Oh my
What does he want? That's more than I've ever
An
gotten.
8-point font. And
I'm the son of the king.
Dude.
Damn it.
and wingdings.
8-point font.
Ding dings.
I seem to have left my coin pouch in Skyhaven.
You can see
Would you-
Sir Zorik Baylor, the Kingsguard that is with you. He turns around.
I'll cover the 5 silver, my prince.
no, it's fine, it's fine. No, it's... No, please. I would feel horrible. We can
You
just...
see, he reaches into his small coin purse and he says, "Here's the thing, okay? Because listen, why would I lie about what I'm about to say? Yeah, that's the first question you gotta ask. I rolled that natural, that first one, right? With advantage. Okay, so I'm rolling 2 dice at the same time, in case you're not familiar with the rules. The first one was a natural 20, and you said, I'm gonna use my inspiration to make you re-roll that. I re-rolled the 2 dice again and rolled another natural 20, and I went, now he used the inspiration, let me re-roll, and then I rolled it a 3rd time.
Give him the damage show.
That's
Come
like
on.
being God's
Why did you
favorite
tell that
man.
story? Why did you tell that story? Because what part of that was supposed to
Like
be
being
the
God's favorite.
500 gold is fine. That's what Xanthi's life is worth.
Womp 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 womp.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Are we all okay with that? Like
if you
bringing her
if you
in?
do a hostage negotiation for me for less than 10k, I'm gonna be pissed.
Heck, we only had 15.
500. But I'm not that strong.
Edwin gets up and walks over to Merrick and places both of his hands on his shoulders and says, "You are so strong, Merrick. Strength is not in brute force and muscles and proving yourself in battle or even... Merrick, you have been through so much. You have been tested and tried your entire life. You have always come out on top. Always. You are so strong.
she is going to, with her left hand that is like the gauntlet and those clawed rings, she's gonna drop Mage Hand on her right hand, and right at the wrist where her real hand is missing, she's going to use those claws to rip that open and use her little stump to paint the tree red. Sorry, guys.
That's
it is
so
what
much
it is.
worse than what we did.
Sorry. Use her little stump. So funny. And put her blood on the tree.
All three of the constructs go gross.
I want to leave.
That's what does it. They're like, we're done. That was too much.
That was
What
too
is-
hardcore.
Yeah, so fuck.
And then I did get a one.
There ain't no way!
What the hell? How is this constantly happening? I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good.
That's why he wears red.
That's why Edwin wears brown.
Damn! Damn!
What does that mean?
Wow,
You're mean.
catches straight.
Shit.
Or when he poops his pants because he's so scaly.
He's not a scared guy, alright? He's a very brave little boy. Alright.
It's okay, Via's wearing yellow to cover her piss. So.
This.
Edward's looking around. And everyone looks like shit. Except for Zanzin, who's doing okay. It's just, it's a little easier to see the blood on Xanthi. So she does look like shit, but she's actually not.
Yeah. Merrick,
Oh.
Murray, look at him. He looks fine.
Yeah.
You think he's always
okay?
that red, actually.
Merrick looks like he's in Dragon Age Origins right now. What are you talking about? Interesting.
Be dick. I'm sorry, it doesn't look like that at all.
Guess what I'm thinking?
Oh, it's a roasted
Look
pig,
up green.
guys.
You both were thinking that?
Yeah, that was my very
All
first
three of
thought.
you?
Get your mind out of it.
Yes,
Alright?
It
I
kind
did
of
it
looks
for
like
her
a
pleasure.
pumpkin.
Let me show you. So that's
Rip for her pleasure. It's crazy.
Merrick abdicates. You hear a little bit of movement. He opens the door. Just very much still in just like, you know, his sleeping clothes, but I've recognized your voice. Yes. Good morning. Fine. It's amazing how quickly stab wounds close up overnight.
Yes. Would you like some coffee?
I'm not a big coffee person.
When was the last time you had it?
The last time you were here and asked me to try it. So,
This
5
is from
years, give or
magical
take.
mug.
I'm fine, thank you.
Right, well for me, it's unlimited. And he starts to drink it.
Guess
He
it's
does the-
not for you.
Yeah. He does this, the old man, like, slurp on the coffee, you know? As he's, like, drinking it. Just wanted to check in on you. Yesterday was rough.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that bad. You'll get over it in the first 45
Or
minutes.
2 miles.
it's for the good of the king. He'll be fine.
Eric, you can walk 2 miles in 45 minutes.
You can't?
I don't know what a mile is. Is that far?
Oh, it's far.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
So it took like 3K? Is that it? 2 miles? Yeah, right?
Yeah, a little more, yeah.
So 4.8 kilometers is how far we gotta walk.
4.8.
Yeah, for 3 miles, yeah.
40 minutes.
You guys need to get out more.
You apparently.
Ooh.
Gotta end on a high note, right?
God damn.
Beautiful
Where's
performance.
my son?
Yeah, it really balanced out.
Alexander.
It really balanced out how happy and cheerful the rest of the session was. Oh, wait.
For sure.
Oh man. Well,
What a
yeah.
cheery session.
Yep, that was the night of Crimson Tears, for those of you that didn't know. That was the night that almost all of House Falkrest was killed, except for Elendara, Edmir, and Talon.
Spoiler alert.
Seems like there's more to that story than what is told in the history books.
In
But
the-
we weren't there. The only one that was there was Rainier and Talon. At least the only two that are still alive were Rainier and Talon, so we'll just have to, you know.
They would never lie.
Dude,
And then-
spoilers. We didn't know what happened to Talon at the end of that cutscene.
I hope he's
Don't ruin
okay.
it, Tar.
I hope that
Let
kid's
us
living.
live.
Alright, well, all of you get in here. You can see that it readies itself for combat. I would like all of you to roll for initiative.
Yes.
The other one.
Yes.
Nah.
Good old 14 for my initiative.
Good old 6 to 9.
Nice.
8.
Caster's coming in strong.
Yep, but then we'll be back, kiddo, too, honey. Yep,
Alright, cool.
I got your back. Right here.
So with that, we will go ahead and dive right in. And up first is the construct.
Of course it is.
You can see the construct. One of
What? Oh, why did I just know?
That was like 6 hours ago.
Ryan, do you remember
Oh,
when you
no.
said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back into
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that. That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
I'm-
shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across the hall. It's, yes, I did. My hands
on the
are.
way there and on the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I ignore that.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well,
yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Save for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Kobe.
Don't tell her that. She already has a big enough head as it is.
Oh, something about people with tridents, I think. My friend also had quite the ego.
Yeah, well, and their head is just big too.
That is your sister.
She just like tries to mimic the same growling sound that he made earlier, but it comes out very like almost like a chirp instead.
Yeah. You see Samson is kind of like rolling his eyes at what Bjorn said too and growling a bit. And Bjorn looks to Samson and says,
Hey, I don't complain to you when you would nibble at my shoes in the village, did I? You keep your opinions to yourself.
Listen, I don't think you'll be so impressed when you.
actually, Princess Octavia, that's something I give to sister. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from them to be used in something like that. So I'll
Tavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any,
We could have the Treasury put an extra 15k in for magnificent.
All right, and we are back. So let's go ahead and dive right back in. We are going to pick up with Kaylin in the Serpent's Grove. So, Kaylin, you take about a week from when you had first left Thornheart Village to get to the City of Feathered Roots. Coatl Itlan, the sort of capital city of the Serpent's Grove. So you, Bjorn, Kale, as well as the Crown Claw Knights, you make your way through many treacherous pathways and through hidden brushes that seem to not make any sense. It seems like at a certain point you're going in circles, not really sure of where you're at or if you're even going the right way, but your guide, Kale, seems to know exactly where he's going. And it sort of hits you out of nowhere as you begin to hear it first. The sound of a city, the sound of people. As you begin to break through, you see before you, hidden in this massive caldera between these mountains, this sprawling metropolis of almost 500,000 wildbloods. You see these feathered serpent motifs carved in jade and obsidian that spiral up these stepped pyramids that seem to grow from the rock itself. The only approach, as Kale tells you, is through the throat of Quetzal, which is this narrow canyon where massive tree roots form this natural bridge overhead. These birds, Quetzal birds, that are unique to this area, they have these iridescent tail feathers, and they nest in these aerial root gardens. And they sing this beautiful song that echoes off the canyon walls. And they sing in these like dissident chords that provide this very eerie melody that floods through the canyon. And as you emerge from that throat, Coatl Itlan reveals itself in this breathtaking layers. Terraced gardens that cascade down the caldera walls like green waterfalls, connected by living bridges of intertwined roots. And the city's heart centers around this perfectly circular pool of crystalline water that reflects the sky like a mirror.
Yeah, Kaylin is taking... Whoa, that's pretty. She's taking everything in. I think she's a little overwhelmed because she didn't realize it looked like this, right? Like such a massive city. I think she just passes very excited glances over at Bjorn and even Samson as she's just kind of very excitedly taking everything in. It's such a difference being in a place like this than versus Dragon's Rest or Dragon's End. It's everything seems to be a lot more at peace and calm, and it's like I don't know, she's kind of overwhelmed in this feeling of like, I feel like I can breathe here.
Yeah, and Kaylin, there is a freshness to the air here, more so than anywhere you've been before. It feels so clean and fresh, and you begin to make your way down the various rooted pathways until eventually you arrive, and there is a group of individuals waiting. As you can see that there is an individual that is dressed very similar to Bjorn. You can see very similar markings and scars and tattoos to Bjorn's. Another Veil Walker. You can see this Air Genasi woman has eyes of pale blue, white, and skin of like deep ice. And markings that cover her in that sort of deep, deep, deep blue. She looks to you and to Bjorn, to Kale, and then to the Crownclaw Knights behind you, and says,
You bring outlanders to our city, Kale. You were given private information of this place, and you bring individuals that do not belong here. Do you have an explanation for your behavior?
Oh, my name is Kaelin Falkrest. I was seeking this place out.
I was not speaking of you, daughter of Senua. I was speaking of the Crownclaw Knights that walk behind you.
I apologize. I did not have much of a choice in bringing them with me. They are at King Talon's orders.
Before
There
they
was
go
recently
any further, I request that when they leave, that they spend time with me to remove their memory of this place.
Kaelin looks at the two Crownclaw Knights.
kind of, their armor
How do they look?
creaks. In Adaria, that's illegal. You can see they kind of shuffle uncomfortably, and one of the Crownclaw says to this Veil Walker,
While this does go against Adarian laws, if we accept the terms that you have presented, you would allow us to accompany the princess wherever she goes in the city? Yes. And so be it. Our duty is to protect the princess and stay by her side.
interesting.
Thank you.
I expected more resistance from Adarians, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
There have been recent attacks on our home and against my family. This is just an extra precaution to make sure I stay safe on the journey here.
Yes, understandable. Well, I am Master Veilwalker Sitlali. It is a great pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, daughter of Sinnoh.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. And she's gonna bow her head.
Well then, what brings you to our city? I assume it is not just for, well, I assume it is for no reason.
No, I sent a letter a few weeks ago to the elders to have a meeting. I was hoping to seek counsel with them.
Yes. Your proposition.
Correct.
It is something the elders have kept to themselves. I am an advisor to the council, and they have not shared the specifics of it with me yet.
Well, is there an opportunity to meet with them? We've come all this way.
Yes. I think there will be. I will inform them that you have arrived and that you wish to meet with them now, or at their earliest convenience. And, well, all of the elders have migrated here in the past many years, so gathering them will be easy. It just may
I can
take
see
time.
why. It's beautiful here. I don't think I've ever felt more at peace or at home.
If I may recommend, while you wait, down there,
She points near the very bottom of the basin of the caldera.
the memory pools exist down there. The ancient people that used to live here even before us of the Serpent's Grove. They discovered a way to impart their memories into the water. And when we discovered this place and claimed it as home and began to dedicate it to the Great Serpent, we learned this same skill. There may have been ancestors of yours that have traveled to this place. It may be of some use to you to see if there are any memories that speak to you in that pool.
Yes, I would be honored to do it.
Well, I will inform the council as to your arrival, and we will come find you when the time is right.
Thank you again. For everything. As they walk away, as she walks away, Kaylin's gonna look over to Bjorn and say, "Did I say something wrong? I feel like she did not
No. She liked you. Quite a lot, actually.
did not feel like that."
She may
Do you
not
know
look
her?
it. I do. She is the master of our order. I myself have never traveled here before. But all Veil Walkers, they all take their oath to the master. She was the one who I swore my oath to when I was just a young man. She may not look it, but she is older than you or I. Probably combined.
And you promise she likes me.
That is a lot to promise. I can promise you that she does not hate you, and I think that that is a victory.
Will you go into the pool with me?
I suppose, yes.
She smiles and she grabs his hand.
Okay.
Go down.
Okay. All right. So, Kaylin, you move down, and you can see there are these the water scribes that pretty much are. They're druids, but they move in a very similar way to waterbenders, where they're kind of sitting in the pool, probably knee high, and they're just kind of shifting with it. And you can see the tattoos on them, these sort of coiling serpents. They have this very dull, pale white glow to them as they're kind of moving with it and meditating. And there's this song that they sing that harmonizes with the Quetzal birds that you originally saw when crossing the canyon. And they greet you, and they recognize that you are of the Serpent's Grove, and they ask if you wish to descend into the water.
She does not hesitate.
Okay. Kaylin, as you submerge into the water, the sounds of the city, of the Serpent's Grove, and of truthfully anything fade away. You float in this aether, suspended. Nothing but the sound of roiling water around you, churning. It was so still on top, but as you submerge yourself underneath, you feel pulled down deep. You hear voices reach out to you. Memories that try to flood. But it all feels so wrong, I suppose. So many memories. So many different places. The dissonance of the birds overwhelms you. You hear memories of traitors, betrayers, violators of sacred pacts and customs of the Serpent's Grove. You hear two people yelling at each other. Two people that share a bond, that share blood. A brother and a sister, yelling back and forth at each other, deep in argument. You hear the brother say,
"We have to help them. They grow stronger every day. Do not let your feelings for her cloud your judgment, brother. Has the Great Serpent ever steered us wrong? The grove burns while we wait for signs. Children die while we consult spirits. And if we act without wisdom, then maybe in this moment we should defy them. Maybe the serpent's coils have grown too tight around our hearts. Lindrin, I won't watch our people suffer for ancient prudence, with or without the spirit's blessings."
The memory fades away. Kaylin, you feel pulled deeper and deeper and deeper. You feel something watching you deep within the waves, within the water. As you open your eyes and look around, you see it. The same thing that has been watching you for as long as you can remember. You see it floating in the water above you, looking to you. It doesn't say anything to you, it just looks at you. You see it raises a hand up to you, up to your face, very slowly. Does Kaylin react at all?
No, I think she's scared in the sense of she doesn't understand. So I think she's kind of like frozen in her spot, but she wants to know more in the same vein. So she doesn't move.
As those long wooden spiraled hands begin to move closer to you, this creature of nature and bark, ancient wood, its skull-like face, that elk skull, wide, large antlers. As that finger moves closer to you, you feel that boundary between worlds grow thin.
Can Kaylin put her hand up as if to meet it?
Yeah. As you go to meet the hand, the two intertwine, wrapping around your hand and your wrist and your forearm, the branches never seeming to end. And then you begin to feel something. A pulling sensation towards something that isn't quite here. And then a voice. When it comes, it's like the creaking of ancient wood, the whispering of soil settling, the distant sound of grief becoming wisdom. You feel a voice that emanates from the very roots of this world speak to you. It speaks in fragments that piece together like ancient pottery.
Child of two bloods, marked by grove type, surface dwellers sharpen their blades, snakeskin burns, but still scar the deathlands. Sun zealots remember the old hunts, old grievances. You carry the scent, our power. They will know you in the realm of endless night, where death is not an end but a beginning. The plagues you once healed will make you an enemy. But in the land of burning light, where beasts are judged by those who forget their own beast nature, the protectors of sacred places bear eternal grudges. You are Kaylin. You are of her blood. You are scared.
Can she speak during this time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gosh, does that any of that compute? That was a lot of information. That was a lot of speaking in riddle. I think Kaylin... She opens her mouth to say something, but she doesn't know what to say. The best that she can come up with is... What am I supposed to do?
You see its tone shift, almost becoming paternal. The veil grows thin around you. Dangerous for one so young in the art. Do you believe you are ready? Ready for what is to come?
Yes, I have to be.
Good then. For many years I have protected you. Longer than you have lived, I have protected you. The blood of dragons made me awaken.
Are you the Great Serpent?
The Great Serpent. It does not feel right. But it is true to a degree. There is truth in that, I believe.
Did you speak to my mother?
The one named Senua. Then yes, I spoke to her. I've spoken to many a mother wishing to protect their child, but none spoke in the way that Senua did.
And if that is true, if all of this is true and not some trick, then tell me what I am supposed to do. Because none of this has been fair. You have been protecting me for so long. Why did you let my mother die? Why did you let me come? Why did you send me to such a horrible place? Why did you allow my siblings to treat me the way that they do? Why did you allow all those people to die? Why did you allow any of this to happen?
You are angry. It is because
things you do not see. The truth of this world is in order for you to do what is necessary, to learn the skills you must, to veil walk, and to mend the scars that this world has. You must feel grief and pain and loss. And your mother knew this. I would have saved her if she would have allowed. But she knew that her sacrifice would allow you the grief to cross this realm as you do. She made a sacrifice, so not just the people of the Serpent's Grove, the people of Adaria, but so all people tied to these great realms could traverse them freely. Because now there are many interlopers, many of whom would seek to burn down that great tree or burrow into it for their own desires.
Who are these people?
Servants of a great and powerful evil I have shielded you once before from. They spread that vile sickness in the realm of endless night and in the land of burning light. And they must be stopped.
But how? One of these things is connected to my sister. Deeply connected. How can I stop that without hurting her?
Commit yourself to me fully, and I will stop the bleeding. I will shield her for as long as I can.
And are you committed to me?
If you will fulfill what Senua wished of you, then yes.
No more hiding in shadows.
But you
I
won't.
will be what Senua wants me to be, but I need you at my side. And I know that I can trust what this is.
To be by your side is to make myself obvious to those that would harm the daughter of
Not
Senua.
me alone, and I look to those dark corners and I see nothing. I am tired, feeling like I have no one left. I've given you a part of myself already. I will give you all of it. If you stand with me, no matter what.
And we'll do that. Child of two bloods. Of serpent and Oedarian royalty. I will do just that.
Kalen's gonna take the little prosthetic thing off of her other hand and reach that one forward.
Can
And I
see
accept.
the branch-like hand reaches down and around and fully encompasses the vines once again, just endlessly wrapping around until you feel them wrap up your shoulders and your neck and cling onto your face. As at first it's unsettling, it is strange, but you realize that you have movement. It's not holding you in place, it's holding you. And Caitlin, it says,
Then so be it. I will be there beside you, and I will give you a part of me. To aid and protect you. And stop those that would seek to break the walls that bind these realms separate.
and you feel this inhale and exhale. And you were going to say something?
I was just gonna say, I think Kaylin feeling a sense of protection. I feel like for a while she's been feeling very isolated and alone. And even though it's weird that this thing is wrapping itself around her, I think it is a form of, it's almost like a hug that I think she needed. So like she, not gonna say anything, she's just gonna smile.
And Kaylin, you feel, I mean, weightless in this moment, still feeling a part of this water, this pool. You feel those vines press into your skin, but they don't, it's not squeezing, it's sinking into you. It's becoming a part of you. And as it begins to seep into you and slowly begins to fade, it says,
Together, we will witness the true shape of these approaching shadows.
I'm ready.
and Kaylin, with that, you are thrown forward above water. The water cuts, splashes, the sounds of the jungle return, and people are looking at you, their eyes wide. Not out of fear, but in shock. As you look down as the water begins to settle and eventually stills, you can see that the water at this basin where you're currently at is only knee high, but you felt so much deeper. And as you look down, you can see all along your hands and up your forearms, and you can see on your neck and on your face there are these markings that are this kind of dull glowing green that slowly begin to fade until they can't be seen anymore. But you feel them there. These vines that kind of wrap around you like coiling serpents. You feel that embrace always. And Bjorn moves over to you, and you see he's like looking up towards you, and Kaylin, as you look down in the reflection of the water, you see that it also slowly begins to fade, this mask almost, this like elk skull mask, and antlers of that sort of ethereal energy begin to just slowly fade and melt away. As very clearly to all of these people at the basin, and as word begins to spread through the city, you have been marked in a way. You have been claimed in a way by some ancient entity. And most of those whispers claim to be in relation to the Great Serpent.
Kaylin's just gonna quickly wrap Bjorn in a hug.
What happened?
I don't even know where to begin. But I think everything's gonna be okay now. I think so. It's gonna get better. I'm gonna make sure it gets better. And she's gonna like not show that she is crying, but kind of like look to him and smile. I can explain later. But do you trust me?
No.
Sorry that I didn't trust you sooner.
I'm glad that it has finally made itself known to you.
Conditions that still need to be met. But I think this is good.
Good.
But I don't know if I like everyone staring at me. So can we? And she's gonna start moving out.
Yes.
Of this water.
Yes. Let us go.
And you head up and away to a more private area to wait for being called upon by the elders. All right. So with that, Kaylin, as you walk away from the pool, walking throughout the city now, as you sort of look to the left and the right, people look to you and they smile and they nod their heads. They kind of bow them a little bit. And every once in a while, past the crowd of people, there you see it looking to you, not hiding in the corners, but just past people around you. Closer now. Lingering just closer. Ready to move if something should happen.
Yeah, I think with that, she walks a little bit more confidently than she did before. I think she was looking for a reassurance that she desperately needed.
Okay. Now, in that same moment, we're going to cut back to Daria briefly. Octavia. As can you imagine if Galen just never comes back? That'd be so funny.
Listen, people are so much nicer here.
Yeah, she did just get spat on, didn't she? Bad way to exit.
So, Octavia. At this point, it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You're spending time taking a break from Master Lysandor, just idly eating some lunch, studying some tomes, transcribing spells into your spell book. And in the corner of your eye, you think you see something in the room. Kind of look, and there's nothing there. You go back to working. You think you see it again, and you look, and there's nothing there. And the third time, you see it, but you don't flick your head immediately. You just catch the glance, and you can see this strange entity near you.
What? What does it look like?
It looks to be made of vines and bark. And out of the corner of your eye, you can see what looks to be some type of stag antler.
She's going to slowly turn her head and to see it better. Is it like staring at her?
It is, yeah.
Hello?
As you speak to it, you can see it just slowly retreat and fade away until you see just that skull, elk skull and horns just emerging from the wall, looking to you, almost like a taxidermied head as decoration. Just looking down at you.
She's gonna like look to Fiddle, and then look back at it. It's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's gonna pick up Fiddle and hold Fiddle close and walk closer to it. Just still like looking at it. Like, does it seem? I don't even know. Can she tell what she's like perceiving? Is this like a vision?
It's not a vision. Definitely not. It is ethereal. It doesn't seem fully corporeal, but as you slowly start to move closer, it starts to slowly emerge from the wall more, kind of matching your pace, and it outstretches a hand towards you. Slowly, at the same pace you're moving, not making any sudden movements, but just reaching out towards you.
Is it a creepy hand?
It's, it's, thin kind of bark, twiggy hands that are kind of outstretching towards you.
I don't know why, Ryan, but I hate what you're doing right now. That looks horrible. That's scary. No. He had like 3 appendages. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that. That was really impressive. Whatever. Yeah, whatever that is. She's gonna look around the whole room one more time. And then she's going to reach her hand out, matching its pace.
Funny.
I have no idea what's happening.
No, it's just really funny to me. It's like Octavia's like, no questions, just like, okay.
I mean, she asked questions, but she's like, what else am I gonna do? Cast fireball? Like
That's a good point, yeah. So you reach out, and as you sort of place your hand on it, you hear... you don't hear a voice, you receive a feeling. Very temporarily. You can feel that it's just this wooden palisade of protection. Not of rock and stone, but some temporary fortification that you feel emboldened within your mind. And you hadn't really heard it before. It had become a part of you. This almost tinnitus-like screeching that was always active in your brain since those rituals started. And it stops. It's gone. A feeling of safety, incredibly temporarily. But you feel that connection to that ritual weakened. That feeling you got when you didn't do it that previous night, where you had felt seen your hair begin to shift to gray, where you had felt yourself get older and wither. That feeling fades a bit. And at least for now, you think you might be safe.
Is this creature still in front of me?
It is, yeah.
She will try and like pet its head like a deer. And she'll say, "My sister sent you, didn't she?" Yeah, I should have expected not an answer. But you can hang out. We're just studying. So, I need to give you a name. Kaylin 2.
You see the head kind of move back into the wall.
It's like, I'm gone now. I don't want it. I'm not Kaylin 2.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Kaylin. That was scary, though. There was a second where I was like, is this Kaylin? Or what the fuck?
All right. So, we're going to stay in Crown's Rest for a little bit longer. We're going to move to Dragon then. That's okay, though. As we are going to cut to Xanthi. So, we're going to cut ahead a little bit in time to this would be towards the beginning of December. Very close to the end of your, or middle of December, I guess. Very close to the end of your downtime. At this point, Kaylin would have returned, but Xanthi, we're going to focus on you right now, as this is probably your 25th, 26th training session with Talon, where for almost an entire month now, you guys have been working day in, day out. And one of the things that you've been experiencing, Xanthi, is just this incredibly frustrating inability to perform the steps in the way that Talon is instructing. Just in the fact that every time you try and execute it, right, when you go through the motions and you try and channel that energy, it just kind of detonates in your face. It sends you flying back 10, 15 feet. It causes the wrong type of arcane incantation that you're hoping to evoke. There's some type of dissonance happening. And as you arrive to training today, my question is how does Xanthi kind of present herself when she first arrives? Do you think that she is like, kind of presenting herself as more like downtrodden? Do you think she's trying to put on a face? Like, what do you think she's at when she arrives?
I mean, it's Xanthi, so she's definitely putting on a face. But I think just like progressively as like, you know, she's been doing all this work and nothing's been happening, like there is like just more just visible frustration that she can't even hide. Like she's just fully clenched and just like she feels like she just can't grab it, you know? Like I imagine that's what she's basically doing for like a lot of the training sessions, where it's like trying to like not let like things like flow and work through it. It's like with this kind of vicious precision where she needs to get it done and needed it to be perfect and right there and capturable, and that's why she's just not getting it. And so I think just it has just been this thing of just increasing frustration. So yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So as it's kind of built up a little bit more, and you still do your best to like conceal it as you show up, Talon has been recognizing that over the past few sessions. And as you approach this session, Talon, he greets you as he always does, and he says,
I wanted to do something different today. If that's all right with you, I figured that we've been doing the same thing for the past month, that maybe some change might do us some good.
You don't think it's possible then?
No, it is possible. You have it in you, and you've executed the steps perfectly. I think that there's a chance that it could be me. Maybe. I've never had to teach someone how I do the things that I do, and although I'm feeling stronger, it's been a long time since I've been in a battle where I've had to use these skills. So I did some asking around to see if there was anyone else in the keep or anyone that Blade Master Alexi knew that was well-versed in this type of magic. And there was one person. So perhaps today you could try training with them. I'll still be here, I'll still give advice, and I'll still help make sure that everything's going all right, but perhaps they might be able to help you a little more than I am.
Who exactly is this person then?
Well, I have a feeling you won't be opposed to them being present. As, Sir Otis, if you wouldn't mind coming out now. Hello, Princess. I was very happy to be able to assist the king in this matter. That is, if you'll have me.
I think she didn't like the idea of getting some random stranger and all this shit for something that she's not good at. I think there's actually like a little bit of relief seeing that it's Otis. Like, she's already like, yeah, this person gets me. So yeah, I think there is that like slightest bit of tension release. Well, you've always been a good servant to the crown. I'd be thankful for your help in this.
Yes. Well, ever the loyal servant. If there is any way I can be of assistance, I always want to try. And, well, when Blade Master Alexi came to me and asked if I knew anyone on the guard, I thought that while I wasn't aware of anyone in particular, it is a skill set that I learned in my adventures. I'm not nearly as, I think, proficient, at least as the king here was in his prime, but it is something that I have kept up with, that I have practiced, and I have implemented in many of my travels and in the fighting that has taken place on the various roads and keeps within an area. So, perhaps, there might be a thing or two I can impart to you to help with this, this block.
Well, all right then. I'm willing to hear it.
Good. Good. Wonderful. Thank you again, Sir Otis. Of course, King Talon. I am happy to be of assistance. Well, if you wouldn't mind, without your assistance, my king, Princess, if you would just be willing to go through the steps, try and execute them to the best of your ability, and we'll see what happens. I want to see maybe where things are going wrong.
You should do like a little neck crack. and then just like go through it. I imagine it's like basically like step perfect until it isn't, I guess.
Oh yeah, because the way that it works is you're kind of trying to meld two energies together. So you have like this kind of dissonance that's going on in your form where it is two separate halves that you're bringing together, and as they go to coalesce, the energy manifests. So right, you are pulling arcane energy from the font, and you attempt to meld the two together to the spell that you're trying to cast, whether it be I think a simple one would be like a firebolt, right? Just something that coalesces energy together and then sends it out that can be shown and proves that you're actually manifesting the energy correctly. And you do it, and as it gets to the end and the energy manifests, there is this explosion that happens in front of you that kind of sends you knocked back flat on your back, and you can see that the mosaic stonework in front of you is blackened from soot. As the bolt of fire manifests, it just detonated immediately as it manifested in the material plane.
And that is what tends to happen each time.
It's like still pulling herself off the floor pretty much each time.
Now, I find that what assisted me, incredibly, was pinpointing exactly where I was pulling the energy from. Right? It's a melding of two realms. For most individuals, it's a melding of the material plane and the astral plane. A sort of endless font of arcane magic. Those two combine together and they create something. If you don't mind me asking, Princess, where are you pulling the other energy from?
She kind of like looks down at herself for a bit. From the helms.
Ah. Well, then I think we might have figured out our issue. From my studies into this practice, which perhaps this is where the king, mayhaps, has, not having kept up with it, maybe has missed this. When a tiefling tries to pull energy from the hells, there is a blockage that tends to happen. A way for their, patron isn't exactly the right word, but the devil connected to one's soul. It limits them from being able to pull too much. As when your essence is in ownership by another entity, in some way, shapes, and form, you can pull from them. But there are ways to circumvent that. The best way specifically is with some type of item or focus that can be used to channel that energy from that place. Now, if you had something like that, that would make this much easier.
Well, there might be something. And imagine she like goes over to where she's had her stuff down, because I mean she takes her shit everywhere, so she definitely has her Biden. You know, 100%. And she'll kind of like pick it up a little like tentatively, and just like bring it over to show him.
My word. Exquisite craftsmanship and a strange feeling to it. This item, you're sure, is connected to the hells?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
You see Talon kind of like furrows a brow at that.
Flashbacks to when she went to the hells with it. Oh.
Yeah. Very interesting. Here's what I want you to try. Xanthi, are you well studied in the anatomy of the hells?
Well, as much as is appropriate, it's hardly somewhere I would claim any expertise.
Of course, of course. Would you say there's a particular realm that you have the most familiarity with from your limited studies?
Well, I mean, does she know what layer she was on?
From the knowledge, because obviously given her lineage, having some interest in the hells and reading up on it would make sense for Xanthi considering who she is. She would have recognized that as Avernus, as that sort of first layer, first circle of hell.
She's definitely like trying to like hide that part. I suppose the first layer, Avernus, it is.
Yes.
Well, the least of the hells, I suppose, in one way.
Yes. The most common and the closest to ours. I think that's very important. I want you to do the same movements. The movements, the fluidity, that worked perfectly. Your form's perfect. But instead of picturing yourself here and the material plane being so focused on those movements, picture yourself in Avernus. Hordes of demons and devils around every corner, infernal war machines, and...
No, I do not know if that would be wise.
Just trust me.
If I am fighting something, surely it'd be more preferable to be present, yes. Not picturing far-off realms.
Both things can be true. That's the thing with this style of magic. You meld the two together. They become one. You pull magic from Avernus, or from anywhere in the Nine Hells. You channel it outward, but a part of you must go to that place, whether it be in your mind or elsewhere, so you can harness the energy, pull it from there, and bring it to the material. That's the problem. Right now, you are pulling energy from that plane by pure force of will, which is impressive. Very impressive. But part of yourself must divulge to that place to safely champion it back to the material. Both are possible. Just try it. For me.
She's gonna just kind of glance over at Talon. Is he having any reactions to this? Or...
He's listening. He definitely is not like, yeah, that's what I do. I wish I would have said that. He's nodding and listening, because Talon pulls his from the astral sea, and that's something he would have told you about, So he does pull his from a different realm, and so it's a realm that is a little bit more free and open. So, he doesn't seem to distrust what Otis is saying here, but it's definitely different from what he is used to.
Yeah, in that case, she'll just like take a breath and kind of like close her eyes for a moment, just like repicturing, I guess, where she was. And we'll go through the steps once more.
Yeah. You go through the steps once more. 1, 2, 3. And in that final step, as you are going to reach for the energy from the hells, as you plant your foot, you feel yourself pulled there. The same place that you were before. You feel yourself a part of it. You hear the screams of hellish creatures as they fight and battle, the churning of infernal engines and the boiling and rolling fields of hellfire and lava. And as you come back to the realm, to the material realm, you merge the two together, and manifesting at the end of the bident, a bolt of flame coalesces and makes contact with a target on the other end of the courtyard.
Yeah, she's just gonna stand there and just like shock.
Well, there we go. Very good job, Xanthi. Yes, yes. Very impressive, princess.
Well, I suppose we must thank you for your help then, Certus.
Of course, I am always happy to be of service to the crown in whatever way I can. Well, if you'd like, I can stay present for the rest of the training, or if Princess Xanthi, you think that that's enough to continue with the king alone, I understand as well. But I'm happy either way.
But I would hate to have to recall you out here again if we need any more assistance. If you wouldn't mind at least being a spectator.
I absolutely agree.
Of course. Well, I'll be happy to watch and provide any advice or feedback if deemed necessary. So, Xanthi, you and Talon, you continue to practice, and you know what? Progress, real progress is made as you get more and more adept, as eventually you go from just kind of errant practicing the steps to actually dueling, the two of you, one-on-one, back and forth, casting these small spells, cantrips, or even some things that are just a little bit more powerful, a little bit more demanding to you. And there are stumbles every now and again, but you feel it becomes easier each time. And eventually you get to a point where with each step that you take, there is this shifting that happens, where the first step is on the material plane, the second step is in Avernus, and the third step, the final one for the casting of these spells, is both, where you and Talon and Otis are in Avernus, and when you cast the spell, you return to the material plane. You are aware of your surroundings in both places. The training session is very, very, very successful. And Talon congratulates you and celebrates. Otis does the same. Before the training session is over, was there anything else you wanted to say to either of them?
I don't think particularly. I think that is just that genuine, like, it's like that whole thing when you've been like trying to like do shit and it's been frustrating you for so long, and you just finally get it, and it's a kind of joy that you just cannot replicate anything else with.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, it's polar opposite to the way she started. Yeah.
Okay. So, with that, they both congratulate you, like I said, and you have this profound feeling of victory within you as you begin to make your way back to your room for a little bit of well-earned rest. As you are making your way back, you hear a voice behind you calling out,
Princess Xanthi, if I might take a moment of your time.
As you turn, and there you see Bishop Melis, the blue tiefling that had been there to heal your grandmother, Lady Valora, as well as who had been there to help Rainier on many occasions when he was suffering.
Yes, of course. I believe a little time is more than well due for the good you have given my family.
Of course, and I am but a humble servant to House Falkrest. It is the least I can do. And to House Astralor, Lady Valora has done a great deal of service to this kingdom, to the crown, and even to the church, whether she knows it or not. So it seemed only appropriate to do everything I could to try and help her.
Yes, well, as far as I have heard, the Lady Paramount is at least recovering, so...
Yes. I wanted to tell you that I'm very proud of you. I know it seems strange, and I know you don't know me the same way that I know you, but you are just perfect. Exactly what I had hoped.
Excuse me? I believe you are stepping a little bit out of line, Bishop.
Yes, Bishop Mellist. That's right, I forget myself. When I'm overwhelmed with joy like this, it's hard to stay in character.
It's like bringing the bite out to put it between them.
Oh, Xanthi.
Who
Your
are you if you are
tenacity
not the bishop?
is admirable. Oh, I am the bishop. I am Bishop Millis. I always have been. Just like to keep an eye on things. Make sure that my investments are returning profits as they should.
You speaking about I should have the guards called on you at once.
You will not call the guards. And Xanthi, you feel this profound domination happen, where you will not call the guards. Ah.
Exactly are you?
I am someone who cares a great deal for your success, Princess. And I feel bad doing this to only take it all away in a moment. I just had to speak to you face to face and let you know that I just am so happy. Well. Oh.
I don't understand. What are you doing? Why are you...
There was one more thing. I thought that winding you up in Avernus was going to be a hazing situation to make sure that you understood your connection, but then even you surprised me. Thank you for freeing my servant. He has only said good things about you since then.
No, that's not possible.
Oh, yes it is, Princess. And I think it would be best if you forget this conversation ever happened. Oh, never mind, Princess Xanthi. You have a much too busy schedule for me. Please, continue on with your day, and I'll catch you another time.
And it's all just gone, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. Well, again, thank you.
Of course. And your grandmother, Lady Valora, is doing much better. But that was all. That was all. Well, have a great rest of your day, Princess.
Hope you do as well.
Thank you very much. And Bishop Mellus will turn around and leave.
I guess she fucking has to just continue on cloud nine because everything's so great right now, guys.
Music be damned.
I think so.
All right.
Everything's coming up Xanthi.
Cool. So with that,
Yeah, life's good. Continue on.
we are going to go ahead and return to the Serpent's Grove. To Kaylin. Yes, run back to the office. All right. So, Kaylin, within the Serpent's Grove and the city of Coatalan, you are eventually called to the Elders' chambers. And as you make your way up the steps, Bjorn stands beside you. The Crown Claw Knights stand beside you. And you march your way up. Many people stand on the steps, and they nod as you pass by. Seeming word has spread more from that basin down below. And Caitlin, as eventually you enter, you see the Elders' chambers unfold before you. You can activate that. You see a great deal of seats in this place, and right now there's probably 60 elders sitting here. And you can see iconography of the Great Serpent, and you can see these trees that seem to have scales on them. Serpent scales, or dragon scales, you're not quite sure. As you see sitting in the main seat, you see an old human man. Looking in his 90s almost. You can see his skin bears these elaborate tattoos that seem to shift and move. Serpents coiling up his arms and this feathered pattern across his chest. You can see that there are these sort of like jade plugs that elongate his earlobes, and they hold like tiny bells within them that kind of chime with movement.
And as you enter, he says, "Welcome, daughter of Senua, Kaelin Falkrest of the royal line of Adaria. You have never graced the chambers of the elders of Coatalan. Welcome, daughter of the grove. You are welcome here as one of our own."
Kaylin's going to come in and bow very deeply, not wanting to offend anybody in this room. Does it seem like she has permission to move forward?
Before you do, there are some whispers within the group of people here. Whispers of the Crown Claw Knights, of the nature of her Adarian bow, as if she were bowing before a king. There's some disdain within this room, Kaylin, and you can pick up on that.
Yeah. You know, Kaylin is feeling a little bit more confident, though, now. And we gotta start using her little charisma as best as she can. She's not gonna feel ashamed of that. I mean, she's from two different places, and she's kind of have to embrace it. And the whole point of this is to bridge a gap, right? So, she does bow, because that's just respectful. But then she'll stand and she'll say, "Thank you so much for giving me this time. It means everything to me to be able to stand in your presence. I know that most people don't get the honor to even step foot in a place like this. And I am forever grateful."
Your thanks is welcome, heard, and appreciated. And it must be known from myself and all other elders in this room, we appreciate the generosity that Adaria has bestowed upon our peoples in the past many years since King Talon's coronation.
It is under the guidance of King Talon as to why I'm here.
Yes, we have read your letter and we have discussed it thoroughly. But, as we all are aware, writing does not do justice. Always. We have come to a decision with your writing alone, but I figured I would give you an opportunity to speak before the elders, before we finalize our choice.
Kaylin nods. And she's going to say to the elders and to everyone in the room, I have come here in the name of a restored kingdom of Adaria with a very humble proposition. All of our ancestors once stood together in defiance of Zazareth. The people of the Serpent's Grove were once deceived by her. We've overcome it. And it was the wild blood that led the way to victory all those years ago. I think that our kingdom is healing, and I think the Serpent Grove needs to be a part of that. And I come to you because I am looking to unite us and welcome the Serpent's Grove back as a part of this kingdom. In a way that honors both the Grove and Adaria. We're not going to oppose courts upon the Grove. The Serpent's Grove will maintain their own ways, their own laws, their own leaders, but it shall be recognized as a part of the kingdom, as a united front. We are also offering a seat at the council for a member of the Grove to join us, as it is only right to have a voice in the affairs of the realm. We are also going to seek an exchange of goods and services. A protected exchange, protecting trade paths. There are crops that cannot grow in our soil, can grow in the greater lands of Adaria. There are secrets and resins that can grow in the Grove that can be found nowhere else in Adaria. And I think a healthy exchange of the two would be bountiful for everyone involved. I think that we can together teach that grief gives birth to transformation. My kingdom bears a deep sorrow. And I think only the people of the Serpent's Grove understand how important grief is and the transformative power. I think there is a way that we could exchange this knowledge. In exchange for only items that the kingdom can currently offer. I come to you as someone who has lived in both worlds. Come to you as someone who wants to find unity between the two. Come to you as someone who has seen beautiful this place can be. But also there is beauty. There's beauty outside of these trees also. And I think the world, the rest of Adaria, needs us. There is a very dark storm coming. And I feel as though if Adaria was whole once again, we stand a greater chance. Obviously, it is more detailed in the letter that I have sent, but those are my words. At their core, this is what I am offering. If it can be agreed upon by you, I take it to the next step, and that is my siblings.
It is a storm we have all seen. All of us know of what she speaks. You have heard it on the wind. You have seen it in the soil. And if you look to me now and you say you have not, then you do not deserve your spot as elder. Is there anyone who would deny that?
There is an elder who rise, a middle-aged man, and says,
My problem is not with the storm that is coming, but it is that the king himself could not come. He sends a daughter who is not of their world, but who is not truly of ours, in his place, as if that is a peace offering enough.
I don't know if you understand this, but recently our family was attacked. King Talon was, unfortunately, a victim of such attack, and he is resting. It was unwise for him to make this travel. I also felt like it was my duty to do so.
I was not aware of that.
Regardless, if King Talon was well, I would still insist to have made this journey myself.
you can see the High Elder.
Is there anyone else who wants to voice their opposition? Any among who see issue with the proposition? For many years.
There will be conditions. There will be trial, there will be error, there will be confrontation and conflict. This is not going to be clean. But I can promise that if we at least make this attempt, there will be change.
We are no stranger to hardship, daughter of Senua. The Great Serpent guides us through strife and through grief, so we may learn greater wisdom. And in my many moons that I have lived in this place, that I have advised the people of my village and the elders who sit in this room, what I have learned is that these bonds, these grudges we hold to Adaria, they have no place in a new world. For too long we have been too angry. We must allow our grief to pass and be wise in this moment. For we all know that that is what Senua would have wanted. or else she would not have sent her only daughter into that world.
You see there's many nods among them.
We will have a vote then.
And with that, they begin to cast their votes. You can see that there are these sort of birds that flock down from the trees, and one flies to each elder. Each one whispers a word to it and releases it up into the trees. And you can see the feathers begin to shift in color. Green and red for oppose and in favor of. And initially it seems rather even, but then overwhelmingly in favor of. As the majority of this canopy of green above you is this sort of bright fluorescent green from the overwhelming plumage of the birds that flock above.
Those who dissent, I give you one last opportunity to let your voice be heard, to air out your frustrations and your anger. But know that it is the will of this Council of Elders that we will support this great unification. Do not allow it to brew and boil within. Voice your anger, if you deem necessary.
You see, there are a few elders that grumble and sort of fold their arms, but it seems none wish to divulge any aggressive ideas now.
Keelan will say, I understand this is not an easy ask. And I want you all to know that there is no guarantee in what I have offered you today. Though I have a few signatures, I have not all. Your efforts here are just one step forward, but if I cannot win over those in the Adarian court, this means nothing. And I apologize now for that. But I feel as though you are all owed that honesty. I have already been told no by one very important council member. But if we in this room can come together on one united front, in truth, I guess it doesn't mean nothing. At least it means the Serpent Grove can stand strong together. And that's a step in the right direction.
You speak wisely beyond your years, daughter of Senua. But we will not let you leave empty-handed. The nation of Adaria long has provided for us when we did not need it. A gesture of good faith that we have collected and used wisely. But now it is time for us to return that favor. Perhaps in your quest for receiving the approval you seek from various council members and lords and ladies of Adaria, perhaps these gifts will help.
And as he sort of looks off to the side, there are these individuals that begin to carry these kind of chests over towards you. There's 3 of them, medium-sized chests. As they set them down, and Kaylin, you open one, you can see that there are, it's not gems and jewels and riches, it is collections and bundles of unique materials and medicinal herbs and ingredients, things that are incredibly valuable in Adaria for diseases and sicknesses that are incredibly hard to locate the ingredients for. Like, these are things that could help save thousands, if not tens of thousands of lives in the quantity that you're receiving them.
That's cool. This is an amazing gift. Thank you. I think this will mean quite a lot.
Let me be clear. This is not a way to guilt your people or your lords and ladies into affirming this deal. It is a way for us to say thank you. And to recognize that age of pain and suffering and guilt and grief is behind us. We are ready to move forward to a new age, if Adaria is.
I think that is incredibly well said. Thank you, all of you. The welcome has been so gracious. If I could stay here, I would. But I know that is not where my path takes me. I think this will make a difference. And I will send word on what comes next. Because there will be many steps after this.
Here, just say.
You can see that the elder will say,
Of course. But there is one more thing we would like to send you with. A cultural emissary, I believe would be the word Adarian courts would use.
A what now, Joe?
A cultural emissary. So somebody to go and represent to represent the Serpent's Grove.
Yeah. Okay.
She will meet you at the edge of the city if you are willing to take her.
Of course. I think that would be great.
Very good. Then our business here is concluded, daughter of Senoa. Go with grief and with grace, and with a lot of wisdom.
Thank you. She's gonna bow. And she's gonna like give Samson a cute little wink. We got him, boys. Skedoodle skedaddle.
Okay.
With Bjorn.
All right. Yep. So, the two of you head out. Back into the city proper. And Bjorn looks to you, and the two of you talk as you walk away and says,
I'm very proud of you, Caitlin. You did a very good job in there.
Thank you. I think so too. It's nice to be listened to and not have to fight my way into a room. It's nice to be heard and seen, Bjorn. It makes me feel like I am actually here and I am a real person. And it feels good. It feels right. Thank you for coming with me.
I was happy to be there along your side when you did that.
He gives him a hug.
yeah. And, the two of you will begin to make your way out. So, you make your way to the edge of the city to where the passage was that allowed you to cross over. And you see, sorry, I was looking at the the messages. You can see that individual standing there, the one that they were speaking of before. This younger woman with warm bronze skin, long flowing dark hair, has these sort of jade beads and feathers, and you see that she's wearing this sort of flowering emerald green robes with these that kind of drape elegantly around her. She smiles and says,
You are Kaylin, daughter of Senua, yes?
Yes, and your name is?
Solani, Serpentbraid.
Well, Solani, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being willing to leave your home and come with us.
Of course. I am happy to be of service to the elders and to hopefully bridge this gap between the realms.
Great. That is the attitude that we need. And this is Samson.
Well,
She'll
hello,
prop him up.
Samson. It is very nice to meet you. Is that so? Good to know.
He's always got a lot to say.
I'll go ahead and share. Hopefully that'll send Solani there.
Oh, cute.
Okay.
Well, it is a very long journey back to Crown's Rest, so we should be on our way then.
Let's go.
So as you exit through that secret pass, crossing the bridge, you can see the Veil Walker, who originally you crossed paths with, will approach the two Crown Claws, and they will allow themselves to have this specific portion of their memory edited and removed. So that way they have no memory of the secret entrance to this city. So, but the Veil Walker, yep, Sitlali, yep. She will bid you farewell, Caitlin, and will allow you and Bjorn, the two Crown Claws, and Solani to head out into the Serpent's Grove once more, away from this city. And as you head out into the Serpent's Grove, ready to return to Adaria proper, but not quite wanting to go back. But you know you must, as there's still work to do, and you have a mission to accomplish when you get back. The journey is long, but eventually you do return to Crown's Rest, safe and sound. And as Caitlin returns, as all of you prepare for this final meeting to determine what place you'll be going to and who you will be attempting to stop first, that's where we're going to go in tonight's session. So thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for playing, and we'll see you in the next one.